Hello, good evening. Welcome to the live stream. And an unusual one, Saturday at 5 o'clock. Feels as though it's the wrong day somehow, doesn't it? But good evening, Amaze Days. Good evening, Connor. Good evening, Lawrence. Good evening, Christopher. Hope you are all well, and I'm well and looking forward to this. Yes, I've kept an eye on that Shrewsbury Burton Albion result, and I suppose it was almost certain before, wasn't it, really, to be honest, but I guess that makes it even more certain. Not a good day for Stoke either, losing at Millwall, and I dread to think what that championship table will look like in a few minutes as well. So not a good day on the football wise, but it's been a nice day weather wise, and looking forward to the stream. I haven't had a chance to get a menu put up tonight, but we've got 9 Tango 20 is our first run, the 10:27 Thameslink service, Brighton to East Croydon. Then we're off on the Lumo, Peterborough to Doncaster on the East Coast main line, and then off to Germany for the Ice Train Express service, Frankfurt to Fulda. And not going to be quite brave enough to put all the security systems on, because the German signalling system's so complicated, and I'm still trying to get my head around it, to be honest. And then finally, Frankfurt to Watersbach. He says with hope that the pronunciation's reasonably well. That's great, Amaze Tage. Yeah, we'll get things underway. Yeah, that's very true. I mean, the thing is, we've been kind of knocking at the door in terms of getting relegated the last few years. So you kind of think one of these years it's going to happen. And the last few weeks hasn't been great. Yeah, I was having to play around with the German safety systems this morning, and I've kind of decided I think PZB needs a lot more work on it to for me to get my head around it properly. It's kind of pretty complicated. Yes, you're right, Christopher. Wow, that's a good one. Yeah, I remember actually going through Cheam. I had a mate who lived around there at one time, and what was it? It was something Railway Cottages, wasn't it? Where he lived. Tony Hancock in the series, and I remember thinking as we went under the railway bridge, yeah, it must have been round about here where it should have been. Right, so we're on London Brighton, and we've got the BML in, so I think it was the 701, the Flu. Yes, that's right, I think it was. Yeah, yes indeed, Railway Cottages, East Cheam. Yes, I don't reckon Connor will remember Tony Hancock, that's for certain. Hancock's half hour. But yeah, classic comedy. Should almost be compulsory to have to watch some of the bits and pieces, like the you know, the blood one's probably the most famous, isn't it? And you know, it's only half a pint. It might be only half a pint for you, mate, or whatever the line was. Right, let's get started. So I hope you're all well on this Saturday afternoon. Listen very carefully. I shall seize this only once. Yes, indeed, yeah. And I always thought, hello, hello, it's like, it shouldn't have worked really as a concept. It seems amazingly naff, but it was absolutely brilliant, wasn't it? So so good. Yeah, I loved it, to be honest, Christopher. I really did. And I know, you know, the jokes were the same every week, but yeah, I did find it entertaining. Let's get the master key on.
TPWS and AWS operational.
So what side's the platform? It's on the left, isn't it? We need ourselves into forward, don't we? A nice Southern 313 coming into the platform as well. Hello, Mark, and welcome again. And I guess you're looking forward to tomorrow. So you're probably actually liking the fact that this streams tonight and you watch the League Cup final tomorrow. Yes, good question. Actually, I've kind of passed on it. Actually, I've decided I'm going to have dinner once we've finished. So I've just had a little bit of a snack to begin with. Just kind of had a coffee and a few odds and ends, so I'm going to have dinner once we've finished up the stream. Lovely scene as we come out of Brighton. Excellent. Oh, that sounds nice, Christopher. I've got one of the markers on there. That's annoying. That must have been we're doing one of the tutorials earlier on. Right, we want those on normal as well, don't we? Let me just go into the settings, because I don't want that marker thing on the screen throughout. Where are we? Just when you think you've got the game perfect. Player assist, maybe. Never remember. Notification, automatic coupling. No. Screen. Nope. Show score. Never remember which one it's on. It's one of these, isn't it? Right, stop marker. Objective marker, it's that one, isn't it? Yeah, that's more like it. Sorry about that, folks. That's kind of where you veer off. Well, we're coming up to the junction in a second where we veer off for the East Coast way. know, I'd not given any great deal of thought about what stations we were actually stopping at, and didn't even realise we were stopping at Preston Park, which is coming up imminently. Well, he might have done, but he's actually out as it goes. He's gone out for the evening, so no drinks from Daniel tonight. So I might nip away at the midpoint and make myself another coffee. Actually, no, it says go via, doesn't it? No, we're not stopping at Preston Park. Nearly confused for a moment. So where are we stopping at then? So let's have a look. We're stopping at Burgess Hill, Wivelsfield, Haywards Heath, Balcombe, Three Bridges, Gatwick Airport, and East Croydon. There we go. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. All right, didn't hear about that. What does that actually mean then, Christopher, when you say delisted? Yeah, so again, we're not stopping at Hassocks. Forgotten already what the first stop was. All right, okay. Yeah, great shame. They were always based at a seaside location as well, weren't they? Was it Margate? I seem to remember Hornby. Oh right, no, that doesn't sound good, does it at all? And you think, you know, all the great history. I think, I suppose the problem is, it's people like us over a certain age who will massively miss the fact that Hornby wouldn't be in existence any longer, but the younger people probably wouldn't have heard of them. Yeah, I hope the sound's coming over okay. It's always a bit of a balance, just trying to get the sound just right and trying to make the train not too noisy or not too quiet either as well, come to that. I mean, when I did Thursday's video, I had to record it a second time because the first time recording it I realised the train was much too loud. The Hornby trains I've owned over the years. Right, we've got to keep an eye out for Hassocks, haven't we? That's our first stop. Yeah, things change. I remember little things. I can remember having a Hornby HST and being a bit disappointed because the Mark III carriages were out of scale. I think they did something like they didn't have enough windows on the Mark III carriages, if I remember rightly. And then when Lima brought out their Mark III, those were correct and much more accurate. But they're a great name from down the years. I remember being so delighted getting a Class 86, Hornby Class 86 at 86219, and funnily enough, I know we were talking about the Pacer as well, as I know it's a train you don't like, but I remember being delighted with the 142 that I had, and it was absolutely one of the best performers I ever had. It never broke down on me, that. Yeah, I suppose that's the thing, isn't it? There's still wait a minute, we're not supposed to be stopping here, are we? Are we? Is this Hassocks? I'm getting confused now. Sure, it said we stopped at Hassocks, didn't it? Oh no, go via. Oh, okay, right. Okay, well, we've gained an extra stop there. Right, we are definitely stopping at Burgess Hill. Yeah, I suppose that's the thing, isn't it? The modern railway industry is still thriving to a certain extent, but maybe Hornby just didn't keep up with the standards. And I know, I only have an interest in passing, really, but you look at some of the pictures of the some of the other trains and the detail in them, and you know, you kind of you realise it's lacking. Yeah, it does seem expensive, and it's kind of like probably not a good time to be increasing the prices, really. I'm interested in it because it's something a bit different, and it does look nice. Though again, you kind of have to reserve judgment until we get the preview stream. But I think it might just have to wait. I think buying that one. I mean, I think the problem is it's something I'm probably not going to want to drive endlessly, so I think it's going to be one to wait, definitely wait for the sale, I think. And I kind of get the impression, Amaze-Tays, that you're not going to get the Cardiff City network just yet as well. I mean, I probably will with that. I probably will buy it as it comes out, although again, it feels a little bit like another product that's half finished. Oh, I've still got other markers on as well. Oh, I don't like that. I think this is up. I kind of got all this stuff switched off, but I think all this is because I did one of the training videos on earlier on, and it's kind of put them up by default. Trying to get the hang of the German system. So whilst we're here again, let's just get that switched off as well. Right, what was it? No. No. I'll remember this one of these days. Controls, is it? No. Player assist. HUD in gameplay. It's the obvious one, isn't it? Right. Where have we got? Stop marker. Yeah, there we go.
The train now approaching platform 2 does not stop here. Please stand well clear of the edge of platform 2.
No, it wasn't so much that. I'm trying to learn the fabled art of driving German trains, which is quite a challenge, shall we say. And I've kind of decided that I can't go with all this PZB, LZB stuff with the live stream, because we'd have the emergency brakes coming on every 5 seconds. Exactly right. Excellent. Yeah, definitely, and I get the logic behind them, and I mean the LZB thing is pretty handy because it almost means that it drives itself in many ways. You don't have to do a great deal, but it's kind of knowing when it's actually in existence that I haven't yet got my head around with that. I'll have to see whether driving without the assistance of a earlier glass of red wine actually makes it easier to drive or not. Ah, sounds nice. Sounds nice, Christopher. Yeah, good evening, Gibbo. Yeah, welcome to the stream. We actually got any lights on this thing as well? Yeah, I think it's one of those things with the German signalling system that could really get my head around it. It would be richly rewarding, but I think it's probably something you not only have to learn, but you have to probably keep doing trains every so often as well, just to keep your hand in and to keep it in your mind. Yeah, definitely, Maystay. Yeah, I love it. And I think, like we said the other night, it'd be nice to see a remaster with it, but it's still got a nice feel about it. And with this 700 timetable, then it's it's lovely, and it's so busy as well. And I do like the 700 as well, and you get a lovely view from the cab. I thought that was the big, there's a big viaduct we go over at some point, isn't there? I don't know, we might have passed over it actually. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're dead right. And kind of hoping that Mark Robbins coming in was going to turn the table round a little bit, but we haven't had too many wins just lately. We must get some brakes and make sure we come for a nice smooth stop into Haywards Heath. Of course, Dovetail Games just wouldn't even consider building a timetable with the 700 in on this route. It needed a fabulous free mod again. Yeah, it's but we're only just hovering above, aren't we? And need to just, you kind of feel as though if we could kind of get a couple of wins together, then we might just about be all right. Of the acceleration sound of this train as it pulls away. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not totally sure. I must admit there was a time I know every game and I know who was coming up next week, the week after, all the midweek games, but sometimes I even get surprised there's a midweek game on when they're playing, so I'd have to have a study of the stats. Yeah, well, who knows? You may say it's perhaps you kind of think they can't ignore King's Cross to Peterborough forever, and maybe that's one that might come in. Who knows? It might be Trainson World 6. I know you've got your money on the Gemma line, which I'd absolutely love as well. Never quite seem to manage to finish the job, do we? It's like, right, here's one route, here's another route, here's another route, and never quite seem to fill the gaps in. I mean, at least with London Brighton, you do get an hour's run end to end from buffer stops to buffer stops. Do you know, I must confess, I've heard all about it, but I haven't seen it. It seems inconceivable, doesn't it? They've not played at Old Trafford. Or at least I suppose they'll still be playing at Old Trafford in the sense of Old Trafford being a place, but not the current ground. Well, yeah, I was listening about it on the radio. Must have been in the week, wasn't it? And I meant to have a look, but I've completely forgotten. I mean, this little thing down here as well, the flu, good that they managed to get that in now as well on the game, because originally when the mod was done we had the reduced long unit sign in, but somebody's managed to put in the sticker so that it says it is full long unit, isn't it? And it is a long train as well with 12, I think we've got 12 carriages on this one. All right, sounds interesting. Does sound interesting. We are actually on time here, aren't we? Have we got? Oh, hang on.
Short and long stay car parks are provided at this station.
We got any passengers on board? Not too many in this section anyway. It's probably that weird thing where they all got off at the first station. Yeah, I think we've been messing about with the couple of the settings. I'm slightly behind, but at least I'm back on time now anyway. We've got the lit up, isn't it? Right. Yeah, I take it, Christopher, that they're not mathematically relegated, are they, yet, Shrewsbury, but it can't be too far away, I presume. And I suppose we're still, what, a couple of months away, well, month and a half, aren't we, till the end of the season, I guess, the league season. Got the Rivet game produced Cardiff City Network coming out on Tuesday. I still can't completely get my head around it because I can't see it that there's any service on there that feels like it's starting at the right point and ending at the right point. Feels like you've got a bit of various things with kind of 2 or 3, you know, sort of main key parts of routes, but I think kind of the maximum runs about half an hour or so. And I think if you kind of got the confidence and you thought, well, don't worry, they'll go back and fill in the other bits, they'll extend it out, but you kind of get the impression that'll never happen in a million years. To say, I think that the sound mod that was done for this is one of the absolute best. It really is a classic sound mod, and you know, the original wasn't too bad, but it makes it one of the most fun trains to drive. Into 3 bridges. Yeah, I mean, I think they made the excuse about, or certainly, I don't know if it was they that made the excuse, but I think it's been mentioned in the forum. Somebody said, well, there's no kind of genuine freight runs that could have replicated, but I don't know how true that is really. And I think I've said before, but I'd love to have seen Barry Island represented. There we go, Horsham service alongside us. Yeah, and I think there's one HST run that you could do, but it's like 2 minutes or something stupid from out of the depot, and there's, of course, I think you mentioned, didn't you, but there's absolutely loads and loads of depot runs in amongst all the services. I mean, I think because it's a British route, I probably will still buy it. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, good evening, 156 Andrew Shortbread Express, and hope you're well tonight. So we're starting off with the 700, so we're running to East Croydon. And then we've got the Lumo for part 2, Peterborough to Doncaster, and then a couple of German runs. So nothing in Scotland tonight. But yeah, hope you're doing well. It's a rare Saturday night stream. We'll still do the 4 hours. But good to see you again, and again good to see all the returning viewers. As ever, your support massively appreciated. Thank you very much for continuing to watch week in, week out. Thanks to all the new subscribers as well that we've had in the last week. There's been a good few more, and that's genuinely appreciated. And if you're watching afresh and you haven't liked and subscribed, then as ever, I'd be greatly appreciated if you'd consider doing. Oh, crikey, Andrew. Sorry to hear that. I take it that was a meal out, was it? Yeah, glad to hear that you're feeling a bit better. But it's kind of like with this is why I find the UK signalling so much easier, because the decision's kind of in the hands of the driver. You're not in the situation where you've got to slow down to prescribed speeds. As long as you know you're going to stop at the red signal, then that's all right. All right. Oh, crikey. Yeah, not good. I'm glad you're on the other side of it anyway. Sorry, it suddenly got a bit stuttery. Yeah, definitely. And the SIFA bit I'm perfectly content with, because that's kind of just making sure you're still awake, and that's fine. You can just click on that every so often. I think it's the PZB that really throws me. Oh, I love that idea there that we've got us coming into the platform and then the train pulling away. Oh, we're getting back onto the fast line as well, the up fast after the stop. Good evening, Dexter, and again a name I'm pretty sure I remember from before, so thank you once again for watching. pity it doesn't highlight the colour in the chat to show that it's a reoccurring name. But I generally remember most of them, I think. But yeah, thank you very much again for watching. Oh yeah, crikey, yeah, we've got 2 minutes, haven't we? Yeah. So, not quite the end of the platform for doing the train spotting, are we? Hang on. For the plane spotting. Yeah, that's the end, isn't it? We might see some planes coming into land. Not sure they ever actually touch the runway though, do they, if I remember rightly, Gatwick, but that was a bit of a glitch. Mixed up which end we're at now. That's the front, isn't it? Oh yeah, that's us, isn't it? I was trying to work out where we were then.
Smoking is not permitted on any part of the station.
Be good to have a bit more of Anne, Jeremy and the Route doing real announcements. That would be quite something. Just love dovetail games with one of these route announcements to kind of tell us, right, we've kept this a bit secret, but here's this new route and we've got something brand new to announce, something where you feel as though they've gone like the extra mile, and instead we seem to get stuff that's feels as though it's slightly half completed. Feels like it should be more like the Gatwick Express, Connor, rather than the Heathrow Express where we are on. Yes indeed, yeah. There is a Gatwick Express service about to go into Gatwick Airport. Yeah, enjoy that gin and tonic. I do quite like a gin and tonic nowadays when I'm out, and I can manage a, you know, occasionally a pint of beer or a pint of Guinness. I tend to prefer to beer these days, but not absolutely loads, and I do tend to revert to gin and tonic after a while. Oh wow, 156 Andrew, that's magnificent. What are we stopping at, by the way? We're stopping at East Croydon, and then that's it, isn't it? Yeah, because we're going via Hawley and Purley. Yeah, East Croydon, that's where we terminate, because this is a Bedford service in real life. Ah, beautiful. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, I've zoomed the camera out a bit, haven't I? Love the camera. I love the cab view on this. It feels quite modern and dynamic. Yeah, I think there'd be a lot of people who'd be quite happy to see a 156 in the game. We've got the 158, and that's quite a nice unit to drive. 156 is lovely to drive in Train Sim Classic with the Armstrong Powerhouse units, but the it would be I think it would be definitely a useful one to have in Train Sim World. Certainly done that trip. I mean, having gone up to Fort William on the sleeper a couple of times and then come back in the daytime on a 156 on the long trek from Fort William to Glasgow Queen Street. Such a beautiful journey. Do they really? Wow. Incredible. Oh yeah, the West Island is lovely. Yeah, the funny thing is, I've never done the full trip from Shrewsbury to Cardiff. I've got as far as Hereford, and I got a rather random train from Hereford to Paddington a few years back. But I have driven from here in Staffordshire down to Cardiff, and it's a magnificent journey actually. It's almost in places it's like being in part of the Scottish Highlands. I drove down from Staffordshire to Swansea a few years back, and I was going to the Swansea Air Show, and it was a glorious Friday afternoon in the middle of summer, and kind of the bit going through like Herefordshire was lovely, and then it turned into the lovely countryside going towards Cardiff. Absolutely beautiful. We will be visiting a bit of South Wales very soon with the this Cardiff City Network route that comes out on Tuesday, the much maligned and criticised route. Yeah, I don't know the area massively in and around, but I guess that some of the places are a little bit a shadow of the former self, because of course it was such a huge mining neck of the woods, wasn't it? Yeah, me too. 156 Andrew. I like the Scottish accent as well, but sometimes with the Scottish accent I struggle to understand what's been said, particularly if it's a strong accent. Remember the times when I used to hear Kenny Dalglish and I hadn't got a clue what he was saying. right, excellent, Amaze Taze. Yeah, glad to hear you've got that sorted out. So it's nice to be in control of such things as well, isn't it? Yes, yes, indeed. Yeah, there's a lovely chapter in Bill Bryson's book, Notes from a what's it called? Notes from a Short Island, isn't it? Something like that. But he gives an account of going into a pub in Glasgow and ordering a pint, and absolutely hilarious story. Yeah, and imagine that being the case, the Maze Taze. So yeah, yeah. Well, I hope that's going to be better for you. Yeah, I like it. So I take it that's over the next few weeks, is it? The Maze Taze. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, glad to hear that. Ah, brilliant. Yeah, no, that is good news. Nearly slowing down again for Pearly. I must admit these go via things have slightly confused me on this run. Oh, alright. Crikey. Far off the end point then on this run, 2.3 miles. Oh, that's good to know. Right. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Yeah, I remember when I got the train from Fort William to Mallaig, and sorry, Fort William to Glasgow, and I was thinking, I'm not really sure whether there's going to be any room on this, but it turned out okay. I can't remember if that was 3-car or 6-car, to be honest. I haven't actually got a clue. I think, I don't know if the date's been announced. It's probably pretty soon. And I'm not going to be rushing to buy it, I must confess. Might watch the stream when it comes out. Coming to a busy East Croydon station. Oh, there's the 12-car marker there, lurking behind the sign.
Please stand well clear of the edge. Platform 2. Train now approaching. Platform 2 does not stop here. Please stand well clear of the edge of platform 2.
Sadly, those announcements are a bit generic, and I mean, it's good that somebody's got them in, and in actual fact, we are on platform 2, I think. No, not completely. No, I will revert back to it. I think next week we're going to be doing the Cardiff City Network thing, I think. Yeah, it's a lot easy. I mean, graphically, of course, Train World 5's beautiful. But there's a load of stuff we haven't seen on Train World 5 yet. But it just takes a long time to load all the stuff up for Train Sim Classic sometimes. But I will revert back. Ah, right, yeah, excellent. Yeah, I think there's a story with, I wasn't with them, but my mum and dad went to Oban a few years back, and my dad decided to nip to the buffet at Crean Larrick, I think it was, and very nearly missed the train. My mum thought he had missed the train, but he managed to get on it just in time. Oh, wow, there you go, well done. Yeah, oh, very close, yeah. So I'm 14,357. Yeah, well done, Amaze Taze. That was a very close run. I think certainly when it comes to the German routes, it's going to be no contest, because you were. I'm getting me excuses in now for that, because you have done them a lot more than me. But yeah, enjoyed that. I think it's one that is nice to see in the game, I think. But yeah, I definitely will do some Train Sim Classic again at some point. But we're just kind of in a phase of Train Sim World 5 at the moment. Right, okay, great. Well, like I say, I'll put SIFA on. And I don't know whether I'm trying to work out this GNT thing, but I think you can put that in because it doesn't need cancelling out or anything. So, and that AFB, if I remember rightly. But I'm just going to leave off the PZB and the LZB. Well, I'll try. Not everybody would call it entertainment, I guess. Yes. Yes, indeed. Always, always done in good spirits. Oh, hello, Zachary. No, that's absolutely fine. Yeah, good to see you. Good to see you again. Hope you're well. And where are we off to next? So the East Coast Main Line. So it's the 8012 on Creators Club. And there's Lumo. What do we say? 1 Sierra 15, the 1216, I think it is. That's the fellow. Yeah, absolutely, and thank you very much. No, that's always always hugely appreciated, and good to see again. The numbers have gone up again the last week or so, and it's been a pretty good week actually for numbers. I think we're up to 545 now. Here we are, the Lumo 801. Lovely reskin this. So let's get this train set up.
TPWS and AWS operational.
Yeah, I think so. Hopefully, and yeah, I think it might realistically be the back end of the year, but it's kind of a question of just trying to keep going and make sure there's we keep doing these midweek videos and doing a few extra bits and bobs along the way. But yeah, I'm not totally sure yet. Pity there isn't. I don't think there's a run across the Channel Tunnel, but it'd be quite nice to do something that involves, more or less going into Europe kind of the long way, but I don't know, we'll see. There's plenty of really good end-to-end runs that are possible. We did a run the other way down the East Coast Main Line the other week. Yeah, I did enjoy it. I did feel quite tired the following day, I must admit. The only thing that annoyed me watching it back is, I kind of made sure the sound was pretty decent on the Train Sim Classic routes, but it just annoyed me a bit that the it looked kind of slightly on the dark side. Oh. Right, what's going on? Right.
TPWS and AWS
There we go.
operational.
I keep having that problem with this unit. I keep kind of switching the safety systems on and then off again. I noticed a few of the, I think the YouTubers have got together to do a run from, I think it's Penzance to Inverness or something. We're over many parts. Yeah, it wasn't too bad. But it's just trying to get it just right, because I think sometimes, I mean, Train Sim Classic is never going to look as good as it does in Train Sim World, but you know, it still can look pretty decent given the right everything that's installed. Yes, I think it is, isn't it? The Maze Tage, yeah. I mean, I know they've earned the corn and they've got plenty of support, but still, it slightly annoys me the fact that they get their advanced releases of all the new stuff, because they have a chance to put out 1 million videos before the likes of me can get their hands on it, and so by the time I'm doing a first look at a new route, it's old news. Yeah, that would be tremendous fun, actually. And I must, what were we talking about the other week? I must post something and try and get you know, 1 or 2 other people to do these runs at the same time as well. It'd be good fun. I kind of thought, well, this week isn't the week to do it because of having a different day, really. So perhaps one of the Sunday ones. Yeah, I mean, I have to say, one person who I admire in that respect, I mean, I know he's a route builder as well, but Tom from Train Sim TV, he always makes a point of saying, I'm not going to show a first look video of a new route until the day it's actually out to the public, which I always think's good of him. Oh, that would be great, Christopher, yeah. Yeah, he seems a top bloke, very laid back. And, you know, I think it's brilliant, the fact that, you know, he spends his day job actually building routes for Just Trains, but then still takes the time to come out and do streaming as well, and seems as though he loves them. Noticing we're 34 miles away from Newark Northgate. Oh, I think you'd love doing that, Christopher. That would be grand. Oh wow, that sounds interesting. Yeah, well, we wait with interest on that one. Have you any ideas what you fancy doing for the I mean, I don't know how it works really with these things, but would you want to get your hands dirty and be stuck in the engine shed and helping out there, or would it be more a question of helping out on the line, or being on the kind of on the carriages, ticket it up? What do you fancy doing on the Severn Valley Railway? Find this train quite chilled out train to drive really, and I feel as though I've not actually done it to death in terms of riding up and down. Oh, right, fantastic. Yeah, I mean that would be me as well, because I'm quite sure if I did anything engineering wise, all I would manage to achieve would be to break something. So I could certainly imagine doing that. You know, I'd like to wear one of those caps as well, come to that, being a kind of a ticket inspector on the train, or even a ticket inspector in the offices as well. I don't know how they're getting on with raising the money in terms of getting things back up and running again properly. I must have a ride on the Severn Valley at some point this year. I don't think I've been to, I think the last time I went was the year after COVID, where, or was it even 2020? I can't remember, but we certainly had to wear face masks. Right, well, that's good news that they've managed to get so much money together. I always think on the Severn Valley Railway coming into Bewdley, you've got a brief section of double track, and that was the bit where they filmed Miss Marple with the 450 from Paddington. So you kind of got two trains running alongside each other, so that Miss Marple's friend could see somebody strangling this woman on the passing train. But that's tremendous news, really. 110,000 in only a matter of weeks, really, isn't it? Just gonna have a sneak peek at that league table. Sure, you should do this in real life if you're a train driver. But we've kind of got green signals and we haven't got any change down for the foreseeable future. Yeah, we're 1 point above the drop zone. Wow, there we go. It's getting sneakily close. Stoke 39 points, Cardiff 39, Derby 38 now, Luton 35, Plymouth 33. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, you can't blame them. I mean, I know. I mean, it's an absolutely massive tourist attraction as well. So I don't know how much they raise in terms of ticket sales every year. It is basically the Severn Valley Railway. Well, I say that it's not too far away because I mean, literally from here I'm sort of halfway between Stoke and Shrewsbury, so it's not a massive drive down. You know, you go down towards Telford and then on towards Bridgnorth. I suppose really the closest actual one is the Churnick Valley Railway in actual fact. And they've got a few extra runs there now where they go up to Colton Low Quarry. They've got plans eventually restoring the line to Leek. You've got the Foxfield Railway as well at Blythe Bridge, but I've never been on that in my life. I mean, the funny thing is, I mean, probably the one I've been on the most in the last few years is the East Lancs Railway, but I quite enjoy kind of getting the train from Stoke to Manchester, then getting the tram to Bury, and then having a day out. And it's usually been one of the diesel gala days as well. I've just enjoyed travelling behind the things like the Class 40 or the Class 50, some of the old hydraulics as well, the warship, some of the old DMUs as well, even a pacer on one occasion. This looks suspiciously like Grantham. Famous, of course, for being the home of Maggie Thatcher. There's kind of railways in and around Derbyshire as well. I've been on the one at Butterley. What's it called? The Midland Railway Centre. Been on that. There's loads of small ones I've not been on. Yeah, I'd like to think so. Yeah. It's something I'd perhaps like to do in the future. I mean, I do love the Severn Valley Railway just because of the fact I think each of the stations just got such character, and you know, some of the heritage railways, and I'm not talking down on them because it's what they've got, but each station on the Severn Valley is an individual jewel in the crown. I mean, I've never done it on the stream because I always think heritage railways on the stream are a bit on the boring side because you're kind of restricted to that 25 mile an hour. But I mean, the West Somerset Railway's a nice run. I did do a video on that when they remastered it, whenever that was, last year I suppose. Might even have been 2023 now. No, it was last year, I think. Yeah, there's plenty like that, and I don't know. You know, very often it's the case that they've kind of got plans to upgrade and lengthen over time, but it takes many years. And I think I mentioned last week, but I'd love to take the chance of going on the Llangollen Railway, as I would call it, but however you pronounce it, well, Llangollen, I think. But it's years since I've been to that area, and quite a nostalgic part of the world. I remember going camping there years ago, or round there anyway, at Bala Lake. All right, thanks, Connor. That's yes, of course, the climax to the Six Nations. Wow, We're not only winning, we're absolutely hammering them. I suppose really it shouldn't be any great surprise. I mean, I know he's not there now, but I bet Warren Gatland absolutely hated the fact that he came back to manage Wales. Why did I do that, he must have thought. Yeah, that's incredible. I think we've still got a possibility of the title, haven't we, Connor? I think it kind of depends on France, doesn't it? They've got the last match, haven't they? I think France would have to lose, wouldn't they? Right. All right. My phone's slightly behind times. I think it might 54.7. So that 54.12 is it now? Oh, here's another Lumo one passing us. And actually that takes us to Train Sim World 5, because when we get this Cardiff City network, we will be able to see on in Train Sim World 5 the Principality Stadium, which of course is where the game is taking place. Years ago it used to be called the Cardiff Arms Park. I find rugby slightly confusing though. I never quite got my head around the rules 100%, but and it's a rough old game as well. Now those signals look very, very close together looking above, so I'm going to get these brakes on sharpish. Oh, we're all right. We're okay. Yes, good food for thought, Christopher. There's a lot of talk about the Six Nations going away from terrestrial telly as well, but they announced a new deal, I think, for that in the last couple of days. I've got to say that I think Train Sim World 5 looks its absolute loveliest driving in the spring. Blue skies, a nice greenness everywhere. Wow, they are racking up the points, aren't they? So it gave me slightly behind schedule. I've perhaps been a bit overly cautious having got that double yellow. I mean, actually talking of Train Sim Classic, I mean, we're coming into Newark now, but there's an excellent Just Trains route which takes you from Newark through to Lincoln, so it's perfectly possible to do a full King's Cross to Lincoln service. Certainly worth watching the Newcastle driver with the LNER videos on YouTube of driving the Azuma. There we go. So we're all right. We're okay for time. In fact, we've got a minute and a half wait. Yeah. I thought I was going to be late coming into Newark. But yeah, that's one route I don't own actually, the Newark Castle, the Lincoln line, and it's possible to do Nottingham Lincoln. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I think you need to. I think you need to take up a job doing stand-up comedy. I reckon you'd be pretty good at it. Yeah, I think it's going to be a big win for England, that's for sure. There was a time back in the 70s where England used to go to Cardiff and had absolutely zero chance of getting a win. So nice little stop for Newark because it kind of feels like about equidistance really between Peterborough and Doncaster. We'll be going over the famous flat crossing in a minute as well. And say that's the only flat crossing in the whole country. Right. Losing track now. Is that the earlier game? Yeah, I thought so. Yeah. So I think with the Just Trades product, you've kind of got the chance to do the Azuma thing from Newark Northgate, and you've also got the chance to do those EMR services from Newark Castle through to Nottingham, Derby. Ah, right. Sorry, Christopher. I didn't spot it. I was getting mixed up with all the rugby scores. Yeah, the usual 4 hours it's going to be. So it'll be 9 o'clock, I think, and I can grab something to eat then. Oh, good evening, N8 Scooby. Welcome to the channel as always. Yeah, we did a Thameslink service for the first run from Brighton to East Croydon, and yes indeed, this is the English part of the stream tonight. So this is our run up to Doncaster at the Lumo. And then in part 2, for a rare change, we're off to Germany, so the Frankfurt Fulda route. So I'm going to be driving the ice train, and we're going to do a full run Frankfurt to Fulda, and then we're going to do a regional express service Frankfurt to Wattersbach. No idea if that's how you pronounce it. So I'm not quite brave enough, I've been saying, to do the full German signalling system on the stream. I'm alright with having SIFA on, but I need to try and learn PZB. I've been watching a few videos on it, but not quite there yet. Yeah, I have to be honest. I've got a bit of pasta from a couple of days ago that's in the fridge, so yeah, it's absolutely fine. Yeah, I can knock up that pretty quickly, and of course the proverbial glass of wine to go with it, of course. Yeah, I hope you've enjoyed your gin and tonic. Oh, brilliant, N8 Scooby. Yeah, definitely. Well, I have actually written down, although I've not installed it yet. I mustn't lose the pieces of paper that I wrote it down on, but I do remember you talking about the fact that you'd done that All-Stars thing that you mentioned last week. He says, desperately trying to find the paper I've written it down on. I must download that. I think from memory that's a scenario, isn't it? Yeah, great shout out as well really to people like yourself that devoted so much time, energy and effort with creating all sorts of scenarios and liveries for the Creators Club, and provided, you know, they provide so many hours of entertainment really. Got the right destination in there. Never did check, but I can't remember if the yeah, I don't think it really does much, does it, that GSMR? But yeah, as ever, thanks for joining us once again. Yeah, it shouldn't be underappreciated. I mean, the thing is, you know, in some ways, you know, doing the stream, doing the driving's kind of the easy bit really, but creating some of that stuff for the game involves a lot of work, and I'm not sure people always massively go out and say thank you, because you know, people are quick to criticise and say, oh, I don't know about you know, this part of the livery or that part of the livery, but it certainly does make a massive difference. I mean, really, that's why I enjoy doing the that Network Southeast thing on Thursday, because that was a chance to use the 47 in Network Southeast livery in a slightly weathered looking state as well. This is fast becoming one of my favourite routes, actually. I think sometimes it's so much more enjoyable actually doing these runs on the stream when you're not stopping massively, because with all the chat going on. All right, thank you very much. Yeah. And at the moment, that's kind of, I'm looking out for, you know, decent scenarios on Creators Club, because sometimes it just add a whole new dimension to some of these routes. Yeah, it's an interesting idea. I suppose the idea being the 378 slightly on the, you know, fictional side, where of course you could use examples of other units. Haha. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'll be totally honest, I don't think I've driven it more than half a dozen times. But it's like, again, and you know, it's back to this thing about Dovetail Games not doing full routes. Hey, we're Lumo friendly tonight. But if we had Peterborough to King's Cross in, then suddenly you could do the whole run from King's Cross to Doncaster in Train Sim World 5. Yeah, brilliant, brilliant N8 Scooby. Only occurred to me the other day, I was looking for Southwestern Railway liveries. And of course there's 313s in Southwestern Railway livery, which is a pretty decent imitation, passable for the 455, but somebody did a 150 in Southwestern Railways, and you think, crikey, it's the same train, if you ignore the underneath, I suppose. I don't know, to be honest, Christopher. Kind of one of those snazzy names, and I suppose snazzy names, snazzy colour scheme, and you know, it's kind of breaking the mould a little bit, these open access services. I mean, in reality, we're being slightly unrealistic, because we wouldn't be stopping at Doncaster. I think the first stop would probably be, I don't know if it's York or Newcastle. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's that era, isn't it? All built by Brell. Good point. Yeah, I never thought of that. Might well be right. That's a good question, actually. I don't know. I'm not sure whether I've got that in. But it's one of my kind of pet hates about dovetail games, and you know, it's like, come on, finish off some of these routes. So you know, it's like the East Coast Main Line. We need King's Cross, Peterborough. We need Doncaster to Leeds, and then ideally, if they did the triangle and put York in as well, we'd have quite a decent little route. Yeah, I'd love to see the 717 Great Northern as well, and you know, if you're going to do King's Cross, Peterborough, do the Moorgate branch. Yeah, it's worth having a look, Christopher. Yeah, there's some interesting German trains. I mean, my knowledge is massively way down. I mean, I've been on the ice train a couple of times. I've been on some trains around Germany, but I don't know a lot about them. Is that the green one, Amaze Tays? All right, marvellous. Yeah. Marvellous. But that's what we need more of, and joined up routes, not just bits and pieces all the time. You know, I mean, this Cardiff City Network thing, you're going to get something like, you know, you're doing an Aberdare to Merthyr Tydfil route, but I can't remember where it goes from and finishes, but neither the start point or the end point's included. Yeah, and I think we were mentioning the other week, weren't we, about Virgin Trains were talking about potentially bidding for some trains to rival Eurostar at some point. No, I haven't. I always switch. First thing I do is switch that thing off. It must be possible to once in a blue moon do a full run in dry weather, but 9 times out of 10 you end up with it raining after 20 minutes. Yeah, I can't remember whether I've got that installed or not. I can't remember if that was in an extra add-on or not. So there's also a load of German routes that I've actually got, or a few of them anyway, that I haven't actually got installed at the moment. So I've got the I've got quite a few not installed going now at the moment. I love some of the old videos around this area, around Doncaster, where you know, you saw from the 70s and the 80s when it used to be such a huge coal mining area, and there was a huge labyrinth of yards, and of course then you've got Doncaster Works and everything actually right next to the station. It looks a bit more countrified these days. This is one of the yards on the left. At least we've still got a little bit of freight going on. Ah, right, marvellous. Yeah, we did that run on the stream, didn't we? And in that direction as well. Well, from in Garden City. A few weeks back, didn't we, on Train Sim Classic? It is indeed, Connor, so that does mean half time in the stream. So as Amaze Taze was saying, that's going to be half time drinks in a minute. Yeah, I quite like Hadley Wood Station actually, because it's kind of situated in between two tunnels, and I remember a book I had when I was I don't know, when I was growing up in the 70s, but it was had this picture of this DMU at Hadley Wood Station, and it was quite eerie. I kind of quite took to that picture. All right, well, that's oh, you'll get a good night's sleep then there, that's for sure. Ooh, got loads of 66s lined up there. It's brilliant. Ooh, right, okay. Yeah, we're all right. I think that always does tend to step up, doesn't it? It's approach control. Yeah, and of course the picture I think was taken kind of before the electrification in the kind of late 70s. So coming into Doncaster, be lovely to be able to continue the journey north on Train Sim World, wouldn't it? So you've got passengers waiting here. Oh, I didn't realise we were going to get a 323 on the platform there. How long's that been a thing? remember there being some comment about the sign over there. I think it was a take on what it actually should be. Busy old scene at Doncaster. Love it. I like it. Yeah, brilliant. There we go. So there's the final score. Yeah, again, I mean, there'll be plenty of if we Dovetail Games did do a King's Cross to Peterborough and they put the Moorgate branch in, there'd be plenty of interest because again, there's the combination of the local services and the non-stop ones as well. Oh well, you way up. Well, again, it's something funny I seem to do with the safety systems. I don't know what quite I get wrong on that. I definitely got the AWS going anyway, but we had this the last time, didn't I? I was about 10,000 points adrift. But well done. That's 2-0, so you're certainly not going to be beaten tonight. I know. It's something funny. I've got a feeling that what I tend to do is I turn them on and then press something else and turn them off again on the LNER zoomer. I don't know why. So, right. So that's that. So I'm just going to disappear. Oh, nice shot of the ice train there. Well, 2 ice trains. I think because I haven't got the Castle Würzburg route or whatever it's called, I don't think we'll see the old ice train in our run coming up. So just going to make that coffee and I will be back after the break. I'm back. I won't say welcome back because Des Lynam used to say you shouldn't say welcome back because it's you that left, not the viewers. So anyway, had a few quizzical looks from the dog, but yes, it's you've played this route a lot. There's definitely something I need to fix from my end in terms of setting the train up before I drive the Azuma again, because I've got a feeling it's something to do with what I do with the safety systems, and maybe because I hadn't set it up from the outset. That's my excuse anyway. Haha, mallow birds. Wow. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I think we were saying on Thursday a Brighton mainline remaster would be lovely, but quite a nice little shot there at the start of that scenario, I have to say. Right, let's get things going again. He did indeed, yeah, Christopher. So what happens is I upload the screenshot. So there's a nice little photo mode in Train Sim World 5 that you can take photos and you can kind of rotate it and get something that looks quite arty. And then Dan does the artwork, so puts the Train Sim World 5 logo in, puts the graphics in, and just tidies it up a little bit. Ah, excellent, Amaze Taze. Yeah, I remember you saying actually that you're teetotal. I blame work. I have to drink nowadays. Right, so bated breath time because we're off to Germany, the Frankfurt Fulda route, and I kind of amazed myself in a way because this came out brand new with Train Sim World 5 back in September. I've never even installed it, let alone played it, so it's about time we gave this a run. Lovely line, I like that. That's excellent. Well, you're on fire tonight, have to say. Right, so we are doing, it's the 13:17 in terms of time. So that's the one, I 16:51. So we're not going from the actual start or the end point, but we're doing Frankfurt to Fulda, which is the full length of this route. And I must admit, when I did have a brief drive on it earlier on, I was thinking, why haven't I downloaded this and played on this? Because the train is absolutely incredible, and the graphics look lovely as well. And obviously, it came out at the same time as the West Coast Main Line South, but I guess the difference was it wasn't partly built by Rivet Games. Certainly, my opinion, anyway. I mean, actually, I think some of the stuff that Rivet have done is quite good scenery-wise, but they just never seem to get the time to finish things off. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, strange thing. Right, okay. So we don't have a master key in this thing, do we? It's just straight into to forward, that I do know. So for SIFA, I think it's just shift and enter, isn't it? So we got that on. Well, I know we've got a thing down here, haven't we, as well? So as far as I can gather, GNT we can put on, and then it's the one underneath, I think, isn't it? No, that thing, isn't it? Neil Tech on. No idea what half these things do. Yeah, I'm certainly not putting PZB on. Yeah, I think that was it. Okay. Right, so headlights normal, I suppose. And here it is, the lovely. Yeah, I mean, you know, just look at that. That there for a start off. And look at the background. As I say, I just can't believe that I've not given this a run, because it's absolutely amazing. I mean, look at the detail there, the station. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Right, so. Then they made me laugh as well about the all the instructions that you get. It's all well and good, but oh, I know what I need to do. I've just thought I need to put me power brake release thing into so as the brakes come on and go. Yeah, use horn as PBL. That's what I wanted to achieve. Yeah, absolutely incredible, isn't it? I haven't got any mods installed in terms of the sound of the train, but it sounded pretty damn good to me. You've got an S-Bahn unit going out over there as well. SIFA. Yeah, you see, I'm fine with SIFA. That's easy enough. See, I'm speeding already. Nope, I ain't turning PZB on, I'm sorry. I mean, I've started to watch some of the tutorials, and they look very interesting. The only thing that was kind of perplexing me a bit was, you know, you kind of got videos that are an hour or longer. No, I haven't actually. I can't remember how you do that, because I know that you can do it with this, but I'm not sure if it works. Does it? Oh, hang on. Yeah, I think it might have been because when I tried it earlier on, it was still taking me over the speed limit. It really does. I think this is an incredible route. Yeah, you see, there's something in the control panel that I haven't switched on, isn't there, with the AFB? Ah, right. Well done. I see. Brilliant. Right then, 6, okay.
RFB. RFB.
Ah, marvellous.
RFB.
Thank you very much. That was something I did figure out earlier on, but I didn't then make the notes on what to do. There we go, 90. Get this right in a minute.
SIFA. SIFA. SIFA.
Yeah. And I can't remember. I've worked out F is to reduce the AFB lever, but I can't remember what the button is to increase it. Is it G? No. Won't be D. Oh, yeah, it's D. No, it's not. No, that's obviously yeah, throttle's maximum. There we are. Of course, remembering as well that it's the signal on the right that we're looking at, not the one on the left. There you go. You see, this is what I needed. Actually, online help as I'm driving it, and that's exactly what I'm getting, which is tremendously appreciated. So when we get up to 160, it's
SIFA. SIFA.
it's 100 miles an hour. Oh, that's interesting, Christopher. Well, it kind of just shows, doesn't it? So it might not be the last time that I do a Saturday stream. That's brilliant news, actually.
SIFA. SIFA. SIFA.
I don't know whether it's a bit like for certain in German trains, as opposed to kind of how it works in Britain, where you perhaps just put the brakes on to reduce it rather than use the cruise control to reduce speed. Oh, look at the tilt on that. Wow, that is great. I'm still speeding though slightly. Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, it's like anything, isn't it? I mean, I get the concept of the PZB, and I get the concept of the LZB. In fact, I did do the training thing earlier on with LZB, and I won't say it drives itself, but it's kind of not far off.
SIFA. SIFA.
Yeah, I'd love to definitely get the hang of it, but it's going to take quite a bit of time, I think, in my case. I loved watching. I watched a few minutes of it, but again, it was only really had time today. But watching Peter Greensmith, who PTG Rail, who I always refer to as "Hello YouTube," because of course that was always his introduction, but incredibly concise and precise with his instructions. How do you know when it's a PZB area or an LZB area? That's kind of the bit that I couldn't really understand. I think it just kind of I know he was a student, and then I know he got a job for a while as an ambulance call operator, which I thought, again, absolutely brilliant job for him, because again, very, very cool and precise. Yeah, I mean, watching his videos, you kind of thought, he's a real train driver. He has to be, with just the precision, the knowledge, everything about him. But it wasn't. It was just for the pure love of trains. And I think he kind of came back. I think he left the ambulance call centre thing, and he's got a full-time job somewhere else now. But I don't think he's done a video in a long time. But his videos were amazing. He would. I need to get him round to this house and sit him down with me and say, right, this is what you do. So, I mean, the only one thing I'd kind of observed, I realised this point about if it says you just drop, there's no O included, is there, with the so if it says 20, then you know it's so 200's 20 and 13 is 130, isn't it? Oh, look at the tilt on that. Wow. go. Just as well I've not got my PZB on. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. One of my long-winded explanations, and yeah, you've nailed that one. But I quite like the look of this because it's nice starting off from a major terminus. I mean, I think Christopher was saying about Train Sim World 2, and I don't know if that wasn't the Munich route. I can't remember. That's a route I don't own.
SIFA.
But I love the kind of the busy feel about it. This, and as I say, why does it take me 6 months to actually play on it and install it? And I'm definitely buzzing for that Frankfurt S-Bahn route with the 3 routes on, because they actually look quite comprehensive routes, and I think there's some bits of it that are similar, but it just feels quite complete. Yeah, absolutely, definitely, and also they seem to churn them out at a fair rate of knots as well. Oh, we got a nice bit of 200 running coming up, so that's probably the fastest. As you know, we've done the 395 Javelin, haven't we? That went up to 225, I think. It's probably one of the slower ice train routes, I think. ICE train routes in Germany, from what I gather. Yeah, I mean, you've been, I wouldn't say nagging at me, but you've been saying for a few weeks, have a look at some of the German routes. And I'd kind of forgotten how good they were. I think probably it's partly because some of the older routes I've had were, I don't know whether they were all made by Train Sim Germany, but certainly not up to this standard anyway.
SIFA.
No, not at all. Great advice, great company, great support. Choo choo. Paul Walker, welcome to the stream. Right, now we can get some action into this, can't we?
SIFA.
Hello, Lost 1991 kid. Yeah, 100% agree. Yeah, thanks. It was, I mean, it was just a bog standard scenario actually that was out of the from the mods that was done on for the PC
SIFA.
on the Czech. That Czech Train Sim mod website, and yeah, I thought, wow, you know, look at all that traffic. Oh, that's fair enough, but thanks as ever for watching and your support again, and yeah, enjoyed enjoy your chat, and it's just good for anybody to like nip in and out. You know, you certainly, well, nobody's obliged to watch the
SIFA.
full 4 hours, but yeah, your support really appreciated. Thank you. Oh, we're getting some speed up now, aren't we?
SIFA. SIFA.
Yeah, thank you very much, Paul, for watching. All right, I see. Yeah, is that telling me off for not perfect train driving, Paul?
SIFA. SIFA. SIFA.
I've got one of me, actually, funnily enough, one of my work colleagues, every time he sees me watching a train video at lunchtime, he always walks in and says choo choo. Perhaps you're him in disguise, really.
SIFA. 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 Sicherheitsfahrzeugbremsung.
Maybe. So I presume this 200 area, this is an LZB bit, is it? I'm guessing. Oh yeah. Actually, that's one of those regional trains. That's what we're driving next, isn't it? For the final run.
SIFA. SIFA.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yes, of course. Yeah, it makes sense now. Yeah, you said you were working. Yeah, I got you. Sorry, a bit slow on the uptake there, mate. I understand you. But I think if I do get the hang of the PZB, then I'm definitely going to be doing it as a recording video to begin with, because that way I can be sure that I've done it some justice and managed to get from the start to the end.
SIFA. SIFA.
All right, no offence intended, I'm sure. Right, so we can get this thing down to 260, can't we? There we go. But I have to say the comprehensiveness of the systems and the way everything's been modelled
SIFA.
is absolutely incredible. Yeah, and then I've kind of observed that with PZB you have to you have to acknowledge it, and then you have to release it as well, don't you, at the right point?
SIFA, SIFA, SIFA.
And I think it's kind of like a well, not an impossibility, but
SIFA, SIFA.
linking some of the main lines from one to another, it's just such a huge distance, and I suppose it's virtually, well, not quite an impossibility, but you couldn't really do it justice with one route. Excellent, Paul. Yeah, much appreciated. Yeah, we do quite well in the chat. I'm the same.
SIFA.
I'm the same, Loss. This is all new to me, and I say just trying to get the hang of it, really. Oh, right. Have you come up against the red signal then, the Maze Taze? I'm kind of hoping, against hope, that we got a clear run from, or has it just dumped on you?
SIFA, SIFA.
Oh, blooming egg. That's an irritating, isn't it? Oh, bloody hell. Yeah, it's a shame, because it is a lovely route, so I hope the same thing doesn't befall me. Yeah, well, I'm kind of doing the same thing, Loss. So I've got, with a bit of help from Amaze Taze, I've put the AFB on, so that's kind of the cruise control. I get that bit. The SIFA bit is essentially just making. Oh, hey up. Oh.
SIFA.
Oh no, we're alright. I thought the game was going to crash on me then. The SIFA bit really is just making sure you're still alive. But I haven't got the PZB on. Ah, excellent. Excellent to base it. I must admit, that's the one thing I really regret about this PC that I bought. I mean, I've got it 5 years ago now, but the SSD on it's tiny. So the game isn't on an SSD drive. Yeah, it's very annoying. I mean, fingers crossed. I can't say as it happens to me very often, which probably a daft thing to say when I've got 42 kilometres to go to the destination, but I know a lot of console users, it happens to a lot, and you know, like with the West Coast Main Line South, I know they get a lot of crashes coming into London Euston. Yeah, I think that's the thing. I think it dumps a lot more on console. I mean, I do always try to make sure each run I do, I'll kind of close the game down and then reload it back up, because you're always running the risk of it crashing if you run it continuously. But it can happen. It can happen to anybody. Look at the lovely scenery. Really, this is an absolutely stunning route. God, I was a bit worried then. I like it. I mean, that's one of the things I really do love about Train Simulator though, and TSW, the fact that you've got the variety. I mean, I love the challenge of driving the North London line where you've got to stop every few yards, and then here it's like, well, the next stop is 39 kilometres away. Yeah, they do indeed. I know. This is true. I mean, funnily enough, back in Microsoft Train Simulator days, and crikey, I'm going back 20 odd years now, but I remember having a German add-on one Christmas, and it was, I seem to remember, was it the Rhine? It took you up both sides of the Rhine, and you got like fastish and slow services, so it was pretty good to do. Yeah, I think you're right, sadly. I sometimes get the impression, like with this 150, that, I mean, I think even Matt said in the stream that he says, look, it's not quite up to the standard we would like it to be, but it all seems a bit few and far between. What a tilt that is. Talk about motorbike racing. Yeah, interesting, isn't it? Maybe that's a sign of things to cut, because I was talking about like people not, or well, DTG not extending routes, but I do wonder about Incredible Trains, Johannes, and I've kind of got hopes he might do. And we've got a bit of the line in, goes to Dalston Junction, and I proved it to myself the other night. I did a free roam. I set a 378 up at Canningbury, I think it was, and then run it through to Dalston Junction, and it's there. The platforms are there. I think you're right. I know there's one that And again, it's quite an old one, but there's one where you have there's like an airport bit, isn't there? Or no, is it airport? There's a bit where it goes underground anyway, so it seems quite interesting. The Castle Würzburg, which was that Trade Sim World 4. I mean, there's a lot of tunnels in that, but it did have the older ice one, the more square shaped one.
SIFA.
Yes, and you know, sort of go all the way out the other way to Crystal Palace. Kind of do Highbury and Islington to Crystal Palace, and you know, Stratford to Richmond's possibility as well. But yeah, I agree with you, Mace Tays. I think there's definitely plans in the works from him, I'm sure. I know, yeah, I agree. And you know, I mean, in some ways, I don't mind massively that, you know, certain routes have cut-offs. It has to be, I suppose, but I just think it'd be lovely to just do a bit more and kind of say, right, we've started something here, but let's move on, because it's always let's build the next short route. Tell you what, I thought the Pendolino tilted, but this is an incredible thing. Yeah, very, very much so. And you know, and again, not actually a Londoner. He's German, isn't he? Actually, funnily enough, talking about German trains, but I think he said he'd got no intentions really of building. I suppose he knows that there's such a lot already coming out for Germany, so he's like you say, he seems to have a very, very much love of the train scene world around London. Oh, I missed the 120 here. Yes, indeed, Lost. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I think sometimes it's kind of like, well, I mean, Mace Tays was saying, well, Johannes has got a plan, but I'm not sure Dovetail Games necessarily have much of a plan, other than to churn out a lot of half-finished content. Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for joining us again. Really appreciated it. Enjoyed the chat, and talk to you again soon. Excellent. There's so many. Colours coming out for the 378. Yeah, good question, Mace Tays. I'd be interested to know. I wish there was a way actually of searching for people by the name on the Creators Club website. It seems to be, rather than the user, you've got to kind of search for the colour scheme, but then once you've got them up, you can see some of the other stuff they've created.
SIFA.
Right, so have we now got this set up to 160 still? Yeah, we have. Right, I'll have a look for that actually, Loss. Let's try and make a note, because the problem is I go for look back on these chats and after the streams, and then I can't find it. So class 378, 57th and final Pride, and you are Raging Zammy. Whether I'll be able to read my handwriting or not's another matter.
SIFA. SIFA.
Yeah, it does. Probably another thing that DTG are never going to fix.
SIFA. SIFA.
So we're 20 kilometres away, which is, what, about 15 miles, isn't it? Something like that. This is an absolutely gorgeous route.
SIFA.
Ah, marvellous. Yeah, I'll download that. I mean, the one good thing about it, I mean, finding the reskins is the hardest bit, but once you've kind of got over that hurdle, at least installing them's the easiest thing going. It's not quite the old days of Trainsim Classic where it was, right, you've got to copy these geos over and you've got to do this, that and the other. There's quite a lot of things in Train Sim World
SIFA. SIFA.
that are kind of verging on being brilliant, but not quite brilliant. I kind of think at the moment there is quite a lot still going for. Train Sim World 5, and I've kind of lost a little bit of energy with Train Sim Classic, but you know, there will be a time when I want to get back to playing on that a bit. Oh, actually, we'll put it up to 150, and then we've got 160 now. Ah, marvellous. Right, I'll look for that as well, underground 378. There we go. I'll look at me notes later on and think, what on earth does that say?
SIFA. SIFA.
And I've said it up to you times, but again, find a bit of time. I'd love to set about try and create a scenario in Train Sim World. I don't think it's that complicated. The only question I don't know is, can you set up like static consists in the stations and the yards? I presume you can.
SIFA. SIFA.
And I did remember to write down what your username in Mace in the forums was. So I was reading a couple of the comments. I think it was on the Cardiff City Network actually. I thought, there he is. That's a Mace Tade.
SIFA, SIFA, SIFA.
Right, okay. See, I haven't tried looking for it for ages in the game itself. Can you actually? You could search by name, can you, in the in-game workshop? No, it's good. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, Dovetail Games expect us to keep shelling out. Well, kind of used to be $24.99, $29.99, $32.99. Well, you know, it's got to be of a certain standard. And I think this is obvious right here. You know, looking at this, it's like, well, they need to all talk to Trains of World Germany, and because if they can do this, then others can do it as well.
SIFA, SIFA.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'll probably get it. I mean, mainly, you know, just from the fact that I can stream it at some point. I mean, it was the same really with the Five Circle, but I suppose the one thing that made it for me at the Five Circle was having the fourth bridge in, and I could kind of put up with the rest of the stuff that wasn't absolutely brilliant. And they got there in the end with it, but again, it's another like half finished route. I don't know what routes we're going to get out now UK wise before we get the announcements about Trains of World 6. I'm guessing Alan Thompson's Manchester commuter route might finally see the light of day in the next couple of months. Ah, brilliant.
SIFA, SIFA.
Some lovely reskins that have been done by loads of people. It's just a shame in a way within the game you can't kind of say to it, right, I want it on this run, this route and this route, and then you don't have them all over the place. So like, you know, every time I load up Southeastern Network, I get the Transpennine livery, for example.
SIFA, SIFA.
Yeah, that's the one I made a note of last week, actually, the Overground All-Stars.
SIFA, SIFA.
Yeah. Right, we're coming into Fulda then. And I'm guessing again with the
SIFA.
PZB,
SIFA.
I'd have to be, I don't know what speed I'd need to be going at if I saw the double yellow there.
SIFA. SIFA.
Yeah, I suppose you could, because if you use the one that was on the 5 circle, then you could do it in diesel mode, can't you? Marvellous. Well, what an amazing run. I really enjoyed that. And delighted to say we made it to the end destination. I'll tell you what, that felt like a proper run as well, of some duration. Ah, right, okay. Yes, indeed. Sorry, Alani Arazuma. Yeah, there's yeah, it's only for the PC, but you can, it's on the Train Sim Czech community website, and there's a full timetable there with all the 700 runs. Sadly, not on the console, only PC. But it's if you're driving the game on the PC, then it's absolutely wonderful. Yeah, I mean, my score there, in theory I've got a platinum, but I presume massively marked down because I've not used the safety systems. So, but there we go. Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's the quirks of the game sometimes. At least it's better than when I crashed out on the stream completely back in November, and then was off for about 3 weeks with it. Yeah, it's interesting. I tell you what, I mean, actually, that 378. I mean, I've not looked at it yet, but that wouldn't be a bad shout to have in the in a Goblin Line scenario, because you could substitute that for the S8 or S7, whatever they use on the bit that comes in to Barking Station. Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah, fingers crossed. So I've lost my sheet of paper, so this is Romeo Bravo 51, the 1540 Frankfurt to Wattersbach, I want to call it, the 766.2. I'd love to see a bit more activity around Barking. It's the one thing that lets the Goblin Line down. Yeah, well, the 378s did, didn't they? When they first electrified it. I've seen the pictures of that. And again, that's something else I'm going to have to do at some point. There's some scenarios on that, but take a 378 up the Goblin Line. Right, so what did I call it? That's the one, isn't it? 766.2. Yeah, you talking about the 700 Alan Yarazuma. Yeah, so only you can do it if you're running the game on PC, and that is a mod available on the Train Sim Community Check website. Haha, yes, indeed, yeah. I mean, that's something else I'd love to see in the game. A few more first gen DMUs. You know, it's a bit boring driving the 101. I mean, I know allegedly there's a 104 coming out, but it feels as though the chances of that ever actually see the light of day, I'm not totally sure. Yeah, they were the bubble cars, weren't they? The single car units. And again, you can get that on Train Sim Classic. Right, driver. I got a quizzical look from the dog when I went to make me coffee. I think he was basically saying, "Oh, you're doing that again, are you?" I think he's kind of that intelligent. He probably knows roughly when I'm going to finish. It's funny how run down and disused the Goblin line was back in the day. Right. So I don't think we have to worry about what side's the platform, by the way. Right, it's on the right hand side, isn't it? So where are we stopping at? So this is Frankfurt Main, off and back. I've no idea how you pronounce these places, but Hanau, Wolfgang, Road and Back, Langnish Bold, Niedermischlau, Halle Mir Holz, Gelnerhausen, Holst, Wertheim, and then Wastersbach. I'm sure I'm absolutely miles out those pronunciations. I'll tell you what though, again we were talking about PTG Rail, but he did absolutely amazing job of with his German pronunciation on it as well, as you kind of expect. Totally flawless. I can't remember with this thing whether it's I don't think it's a combined brake, is it? No, we need brakes on, don't we? Hang on, let's get the brakes off. Oh no, we're moving. Are we? Hang on. convinced I just went through a red signal. No, we're not putting PZB on. No, 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 no. Of course, it feels like we've got the engine at the back. It's a bit like we're driving on push-pull. Yeah, so by the sounds of it, it doesn't actually come out with the word SIFA. I mean, look at the site over there as well as we cross over the line. It's incredible. Yeah, I mean, I imagine when they use those Class 121s on the Goblin line, they must have been rammed at peak time, surely. But I guess on the other hand, it wasn't used to the same extent that it is now. Yeah, I think at the time, I think British Rail's strategy was kind of like, let's run these services into the ground, and we haven't got to worry too much because eventually we'll be able to just close them. And there was kind of a campaign to close them in a kind of a little stealthy way. I'm sure you've watched them, and I've mentioned them quite a few times, but there's some absolutely brilliant Thames News old reports from the 80s when it was in such a ramshackle and old state. Don't seem to be coming into break very quickly, are we? Not a brilliant stop there. Yeah, good evening, Kai. Thank you very much. That's much appreciated. Thank you. Thanks for watching the stream. Trying my hand at driving German trains for the first time actually tonight in Trains of World 5. Oh, look at how busy that is. So this is I think this is Frankfurt Main, isn't it? Despite the obviously very impressive station that we just stopped at, or we started from. So off and back next, and again, huge apologies about the pronunciations. I really don't know how to pronounce these names. Oh, absolutely, yeah. But I was kind of assuming that that the brakes on this thing would be top notch because of the frequent stops, but I guess the point is they're not like the S-Bahn trains, are they? So I suppose they're more used to driving over a bit longer distances. So we don't get the SIFA constantly going off. But yeah, fascinating all the same. We'll see if we can, I say we in the royal we, but I'll see if I can manage the brakes a bit better next time around. But yeah, thanks Kai, that's hugely appreciated. And loving the support. And what's your main interest in terms of trains? Are you actually, am I right in thinking you are from Germany? I'm only thinking of that because of Kai, and I was thinking of the footballer Kai Havertz. Yeah, me too. I mean, I've still got this power brake controller thing plugged in, so yeah, I'm just hitting that every time. Seems to be doing the trick. Right, I'm trying to go into acceleration mode here, not taking the brakes off. I noticed there's kind of two brakes here, isn't there? Electric brake, train brake. I don't know if they both come on simultaneously. Ah, okay. Yeah, fine. Yeah, what's your main interest in trains? What sort of trains you like the most? Right, so we've got 1 kilometre. Right, so we're going to go whack the thing into full brake. Full service mode, I should say. Oh, it's got a fascinating train to drive, this one. But again, loving the detail in and around the stations. It's quite different. So we're not using the electric brake. Must be another button for that. So what controls the electric brake? Direct brake. There's got to be other controls, isn't there, for these brakes? No, hang on. Okay, set that to off. And we are off, I think. Just about. Yep, we are. So we've got a bit of a run now. We've got about 12 kilometres to the next stop. Yes, a very interesting train to drive. I've got this horrible feeling that if we get an adverse signal, I'm going to end up coming a cropper. But we've got 160 we're set for at the moment. So a chance to speed up a little bit. We're still 10 kilometres away from the next stop. Right. Oh, that's good. Let's hope so. Yeah, I'm just trying to work out that I think I'm only using one of the brakes, but I don't know if there's any other brake, because it feels as though the only way I can bring it to a halt using the brake I'm using is to slam it into emergency every time. So I'm intrigued by right, you've got, so that's the train brake, then electric brake, and then direct brake. So I think there's something I'm not quite. Yeah, that's right. I'm guessing so. I don't know which button we need on the keyboard for them. I suppose you can do it by you can do it by the handle, can't you? I wonder if there's a. Oh, right, okay. Direct plate. Yeah. Oh, I see. Right, that's a bit like with the 66 brake, I think, isn't it? Yeah, I mean that electric brake seems to be work a bit better. I mean, actually, I wonder if it's just because I mean, that is definitely like a throttle, just a throttle, isn't it? It's not like a power brake controller. Ah, right, they're now both moving down. That's interesting. I don't think that was happening before, was it? Right, okay. That's a bit more like it. Feels as though we're actually getting somewhere. Yeah, definitely, definitely needs some work on controlling some of these trains. It's a whole new world, really. This is kind of veering away from the. Yes, indeed, yeah. I'm kind of, whether I'm noticing them or not is another matter, but yeah. Not such a good one this time. Well, I've learned how to stop a bit quicker, but yeah, that was a little bit too quick, wasn't it? Right, okay, I think, anyway, we'll have to open the doors here. Got quite a few more stops to go as well, yeah, haven't we? So, yeah. Good fun though, I must say. Something completely different. I mean, it doesn't feel as though it accelerates massively, but I suppose, well, I don't know whether that's just because of the fact that we are doing a kind of a push-pull thing, and you know, this is almost like the driving the DVT. Lovely detail. Yeah, I don't know whether perhaps I haven't got the shutter installed, not sure. But yeah, it's beautiful, beautiful detail. Yeah, we'll see if we can get the next stop a little bit better than last time. I've only really managed to do it so far where I've been kind of managing emergency stops. Right, so that's... Yeah, we shouldn't be going any... Oh, I'm going to emergency there, haven't I? Shouldn't be going any more than 60, should I? Yeah, we kind of got there a little bit with the Dutch one, I think. What do they call it? The Klopper or something stupid. I mean, you've kind of almost got the cab that's driving from the top. And yeah, I mean, these are incredible trains as well, aren't they? I'm getting along a bit cautiously because I could see yellow and green there. I've got a feeling it's going to be quite a long old ride to the platform. Right, I saw the LZB symbol there. Interesting how it's taking us across the points. Okay, well, I think I'm making a great demonstration of how not to drive these trains. That's amazing, isn't it? I mean, I love the fact that you can have a bit of a wander as well. Got so many sitting up here, but yeah, it's great the fact that they're all there. Oh, I don't know about that. I think there's probably a reason why there's no passengers on the train. I think they've got the message. We're moving anyway. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah. But it's kind of interesting trying to get the hang of these brakes, because you're at one point feeling as though you're not going to stop, and then once, of course, you go to emergency brakes, then you're going to keep coming to a halt halfway down the platform. So road and back maybe, I don't know. Rod and back. But this is kind of what I remember from the Microsoft Train Simulator days, that route. I think it was down the Rhine, and you got a choice of either driving one side of the Rhine or the other, which was quite good, and I enjoyed the experience of doing that. But that's a very long time ago. That was kind of really filling the gap in before we got any proper British train simulator add-ons for Microsoft Train Simulator. Yeah, so we've got two greens there. I saw that quite clearly, so that's easy enough to work out. You're kind of trying to get your head around a little bit. You know, it's obviously, yeah, it's kilometers per hour rather than miles per hour, so I know 160 is 100 miles an hour, but we're not probably going to get up to that. Oh, okay, yeah. So in theory, you could actually acknowledge the SIFA before the alarm goes off. Yeah, I've knocked it into emergency again. So this isn't the station anyway, is it? Because it's... or is it? Yeah, it is actually. Oh, excellent. Yeah. All right, we've gone back to only one of the brakes. Interesting. Yeah, I've definitely gone past. That was definitely an overshoot. I think we can say with any shadow of doubt that you're going to win this one. All I can say is if I ended up winning this particular run, then I think there's definitely something wrong with the scoring system. Yeah, I think so by the looks of it, yeah. And again, it's just partly, there's probably some routes I haven't got, and also there's a lot of stuff I haven't got installed. And I know I haven't got that Castle Würzburg route for that square at Ice Train route, so that isn't noted at the moment. Yeah, I take it you're managing to do a better job than me on the station stops. So 2.5 kilometres to the next stop. But it's such a massively different experience than driving. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I must get some of this stuff installed. I've got an ice train though. Going the other way. Very nice. I think I saw it that time, the SIFA. feel at the moment it's a bit like I think it was for Train Sim Classic with the the Voyager and the Meridian thing, where it felt as though you were driving a train without any brakes on it. Hang on, I've still got that on, haven't I? Well, marginally better, I suppose. Not that we've actually stopped yet. We will in a minute. Right, that'll do. Curious train. I don't see that I'll be driving this. I'll be doing one of those videos where I show people how to drive this train. Not anytime soon. Maybe maybe a couple of years at trying at it anyway. Right, so make sure we've got the that off, and we should be about ready to go. But we close the doors. Right, okay, there we have. I know, definitely right, yeah. We take off easy enough. That's the easy bit. I mean, funnily enough, I mean, some people find like the brakes on the 101 DMU, for example, quite difficult to master, but I don't have any problems with that. So Niedermitteloo is next, about 3.4 kilometres away. So we've got 160 speed limit at the moment. yeah, it takes some mastering, and maybe, as I say, perhaps if you're driving in the kind of the lead loco, maybe it's just a bit easier. Definitely a different experience, and I think yeah, I'll have to try it. And I think there's nothing. I mean, it's great the amount of videos and tutorials and videos on YouTube of people that have done about the German signalling system. And, you know, some are like 2 hours long. You've got that Matt Pedalston one, you've got the PTG Rail one, there's one that lasts half an hour as well. There's an absolute load of videos available on YouTube, but yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, definitely right. It is fun. Wrap the thing into full brakes. That's quite a good angle to see what you do with this. Yeah, that gets us some power on. Right, well, we just about stopped it in the right place this time. Will do. So we're about 5 minutes behind schedule, which feels to me quite incredible, really. That's released. We get those two brakes released. Get some power on. We're kind of slightly getting the hang of it, I suppose, but it's quite difficult. Got 160 on the speedometer, on the speed limit again. I think we got greens, haven't we? I must take more notice of that as well as I kind of pull away. This reminds me a bit of watching some of those Sam videos when he was Colonel Failure, and he seemed to do it with great style. They're very enjoyable videos they were to watch. He seems to have disappeared a bit since he was involved in DTG. Right, so that was saying 7, wasn't it? So I presume we should be kind of getting down to 70 at this point. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed your run as well. And I imagine you're a bit more on time than me. He did, didn't he? Yeah, that was very noticeable, and he did a good job in those streams. And I guess perhaps that was the problem, because he was kind of like, I think he got an unofficial role, didn't he? It was something like acting community manager or something like that, but I think he was perhaps a bit too interrogative. Oh, right, okay. He was good though. I enjoyed listening to him, and again he got a great voice, great character. I think some of the Colonel Failure stuff as well, I think sometimes it was a bit of an act in many ways. I don't think he was quite as inept as he tried to make out. Might have made up a slight bit of time, actually. Feels as though we're ending in the shrubbery here, but it is apparently where we stop at the end of the platform. Yeah, I think so. And I mean, the problem is really that's. Oh, look at that scene though. Love that. Yeah, I think that's one of the big problems really with DTG at the moment. You've kind of got a lot of these. I mean, I do like Matt Pedalston. It sometimes feels as though he kind of knows sometimes with some of these routes that there is a little bit of lacking in quality, and he's not able to say it, and so they kind of end up trying to pull it off with a bit of banter between them, and you know, different bits and pieces. Yeah, I don't blame you, to be honest. It's slightly hard work. I'm just about. I kind of feel as though I'm slowly getting the hang of it. Yeah, I think so. Kind of. Oh, heck, is this? No, it's not red. I thought it was red for a minute. Yeah, I think he's got to the point where he started sounding a bit defensive. I remember somebody kind of quoted in the forums and saying, "Oh, he sounded a bit grumpy on one of the preview streams," and I think, you know, you kind of get that little bit of a balance. He's at the point where he's kind of having to defend what's been produced, and I think he knows in his own mind there are issues, but they don't quite seem to be able to get to the bottom of tackling them. I mean, sometimes, you know, they've done kind of preview streams and it's almost as though they've never seen the route before, and as though the whole thing was a complete shock to them. The Edinburgh-Glasgow route stands out a little bit like that. Oh, there we go. Well, I've passed the signal at danger. I still enjoyed it. I must admit, it's not the most dynamic of trains to drive, and the brakes on it are not great. So a bit of a dodgy way to end the stream, but it kind of had to happen with that, really. But I kind of thoroughly enjoyed the foray into Germany, and I think it'd be better perhaps trying one of the more like S-Bahn type services. Yes, indeed, N8 Scooby. Yes, that's one way of bringing the torture to an end. Yeah, I think clearly Matt's in a difficult position sometimes with DTG, but you know, at the end of the day, he's the boss, really, isn't he? Certainly, the man that we hear from, whatever his title is, it executive producer. Yeah, but yeah, enjoyed the foray into Germany, and definitely shows I need a lot more work in trying to understand the complex systems. But I hope for all that you've enjoyed the stream, and I enjoyed the trying the German stuff anyway. Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Yeah. There's got to be an easier way. I wish there was more manuals for some of these trains as well, because a lot of it's you don't seem to get manuals for these trains anymore. I must have a look and see, try and find out a bit more. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, enjoy. Yeah, will do. Yeah, look forward to that tomorrow, something different. We'll see what happens in midweek. Hopefully, I'll keep an eye out for getting that Cardiff City network. I'm sure I'll still buy it. Might not stream it on the Tuesday. I might have a go at doing it on the Wednesday, perhaps, and then maybe a bit more of that on Sunday. But we'll see. We'll see what else we can conjure up for next Sunday's stream. It will be Sunday back at 5 o'clock, I think. That's pretty certain. But thank you very much. Thanks for all the company, everybody. Thanks for everybody that's watched, and much appreciated the support and the subscribers, extra subscribers as well. Yes, well, I've kind of wondered that, yeah. I'm sure you might be tempted. At least it's easier to drive than the German stuff anyway. Yes, indeed. Yeah. I mean, but yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for watching again. And until next week, from Power Flower, Trains and Planes, it's goodbye.